I might already be live, maybe not. We'll have to see. We're gonna have so many tracks today. I'm gonna do like 4 hours. It does say I'm live. I need to open up. Today is a mess. I'm sorry, guys. I still need to eat. I have a pizza that I'm still going to eat. Here. And then here. And then I want to see my chat. Hello. Hello, everyone. Let me know if you can hear me. What's new in the update? I don't want that. Is it working? Is my stuff live? I don't know. Oh, yes, oké. Daten moet daar echt wel 100 keer beter zijn dan in Nederland. Normally, yes, the food is 100 times better here. I would say, maybe not. No, not 100. But it is a little bit better quality. But on the Sunday, I eat frozen, usually like a frozen pizza or something like that. Something quick, something fast. So that's what I'm going to do first. I'll eat a little bit as the first tracks play. I do quickly have to, I guess it's not too bad. We'll have to count, but we're already at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 tracks, which is like 2 hours. So that means that the queue is going to be closed very quickly again. We also have a Patreon here. As you can see, this is a red name, so they get to go first. Hello Projektor, nice to see you on stream. Hello to all. Hello guys, Enrol Duil. Bon appetit. Many people are telling me that I should eat. I'm going to launch the track and then I'll eat a little bit while I do that. Of course, I'll try to talk as well. So this is 1, I guess, by G/R. It's either G or R. I don't know which of the two it is. Okay. How many songs can I send you? Normally it's 3 songs, but I think I'm going to leave it to 1 for today, because there's already so many submissions. Tonally, it sounds nice, the kick and bass. It's just the kick has a little bit of a weird shape that doesn't really matter, but it could be a bit more punchy if you want to. And then, of course, cleaning is a thing that you probably want to. I guess it's good enough, the cleaning. It's just a strange shape, but it's not sounding bad. You guys need the visualizers. Oh, that's right. I am a bad streamer today. Shape was looking like this. Like, this is a strange shape because it's the click and then it's immediately sub right after it. Boomer, yeah. I feel like this is just a kick and bass with random stuff happening on top of it. This isn't a track yet. It wouldn't be boring. You don't have to listen to the whole thing. I just appreciate feedback on it. Which all the time. Okay, so I guess this is really not a track. This is just a kick and bass thing. I wouldn't write things like that. I wouldn't just throw leads on there to make stuff not boring. Like, if you want feedback on the kick and bass, give me the kick and bass. Now I cannot hear the kick and bass. So I guess here we are. It's a little bit open, like the filter doesn't close quick enough. It's very sub-heavy, as you can see. I think that's gonna be the kick. And then, as I said, the other thing is the shape of the kick. It pitches down really quickly into those sub frequencies, which I think is the reason why we get this low sub. Show us what track you're selecting on Discord so we can follow. I did show that. It's this track over here. 1 by G/R. I mean, I guess it's like clean, but in the sense that it doesn't bleed into the next transient and whatnot. It goes up a little bit here, but it doesn't seem to really affect the next transient or the rest of the kick drum in any way. So that's good. Yeah, overall, it's sounding decent, but you can definitely improve that. That was a quick one, actually. That's nice. Yeah, so now we're going to continue with Pulsar 23, mixed and mastered by Tekarsis, who is also here in chat. Very nice. Where's the 11-minute tracks? I hope there's not too many 11-minute tracks. I hope I can just relax, get through it in like 2.5, 3 hours, and then produce a little bit. This is a 5-minute one, so we're still getting lucky. Very strong on the sub bass.
There were these two radio astronomers I mentioned before named Joseph Taylor and Russell Tophole who were studying pulsars. And they stumbled upon something very interesting. A binary pulsar.
I feel it could be a bit more focused towards like 100 Hertz area to get a bit more warmth out of it. Metalcore is a free party genre, so it's really heavy on the 40/50 Hertz. Okay. For those that don't know, that's where they put a whole wall of speakers and there's people like climbing into the speakers in order to dance. So it's like about maximum bass, I guess. So in that sense, or in that way, it does make sense that you have more bass then. I'd like a little bit more clarity in the vocals. I don't know why you're like low passing almost all of your vocals. The part that you differentiate, like the letters that are being said and the syllables, I guess, that are being said, isn't the high frequencies, so you really need those. wanted a sort of radio filter on the vocals, but yeah, no. Usually a radio filter is a...
Nary pulsar.
Yeah, no, I guess it's okay for there, for example. And usually radio filters, I think, aren't very steep, for one. And second, I would say it's about the context. If you have a lot more space like you had in that last part, it is easier to put in like a radio vocal and still have it audible. But if you were to put it on top of, say, this area over here, then you're not going to hear what is being said, right? I think the either snare or clap has a little bit of a like slap to it, or it might start earlier. Does it start like right here? Is this already the start of the clap? It feels like it slides into the kick, which I don't like for a feeling. I like it to... Or I would assume that the whole point of this genre is that the kick is like hitting you, right? So it would be tak, 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 instead of bak, bak, bak. You know what I mean? Like, floop, floop. It kind of floops into it a little bit. Maybe what you would need to do is cut the very transient of the clap, so that's just the kick and you just get the tak, tak, tak from the kick going through it, and then kind of the noise of the snare comes in right after that. That would be like half a millisecond. Why is somebody tagging me during my stream? Okay. Okay. Nice. Moving on to the next one. We have Tophole. Hey guys, my first time here from producing progressive and melodic. I shifted back to more psychedelic tunes. This one is not mastered. I feel like there are some things in the mixdown I need to fix, but the song structure is quite finished. Okay, so this is 2024-0811_Mamiosa by Tophole. I nailed that. Okay, thanks for this great feedback, man. You're welcome. I hope it was useful. I feel like you added the vocal because you have like a recipe of like, okay, a sidetrance track needs an Indian vocal. It doesn't really fit with any of the other elements. There isn't like a rhythm being set up around it or anything like that. I feel like if you delete the vocal, the track would be better. Honestly. Like, it doesn't really do anything. It feels like you just placed it on top last minute, to be honest. Like here it does something. Here it kind of nicely fades out. And we go into the actual track here. I can turn this up, by the way. Here, now your track is mastered. I added the vocal first and tried to fit in the sequence. Then why does the sequence and really all of the other stuff not interact in any way with the vocal? I mean, now that we're in the drop, it's sounding really, really nice. This is really well produced. Pick and bass is nice. Also nice and clean, I think. Yeah, I guess you could fix this slightly if you want to, but it's not going to cause you any issues in the master. Nice little effect there. I like it. Good that we have some high quality music so that I can shut up for a little bit and just eat my pizza. Here there was a delay tail that kind of stops randomly. I would try to either fade it out or have it go up until the next one shot that you play. I would say this break has the same problem with the vocals. It doesn't really feel like the vocals rhythmically interact with any other part of the track. Weird limiting moves time I feel. There's no limiting on this, I'm turning this up. If there is any like limiting issues or anything like that, that's because of me, not because of the track. The original track is 8 dB quieter than what we're listening to now. Cool stuff. I like it a lot. It's sounding very nice. One of the things that I would try to work on a little bit more is cohesion. So I feel like the track is just, it almost feels like you wrote the track each section, like you left the project for a month and then you wrote each section, or maybe even like you wrote each section of the track in a different project and you didn't really think about, okay, how do these things, combine? Where I would say it sounds it's the biggest say that it isn't really cohesive is this here. This part is all very cool synths and whatnot, and it's nicely alternating and all of that stuff. But I feel like the drums on top and all of that stuff doesn't really interact well with the rhythm that you're setting up with the synths and whatnot. And then here we go into something slightly different. That is cool. That actually works. That's actually how I wrote the track. Like the first part or the second part, that you put every section in a different project and then you combined all of the projects together. It was a long process of going back and forth with the project. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it took you a long time, I can imagine that maybe your idea of the project changed throughout the production. Personally, I like to get an idea down within a couple of days. And with an idea, I usually mean a full-length structure, at least. So for me, an idea of a track would be like a structure track, right? So this would be intro. I would have, say, build up here. I would have my first drop here with a little fill, and I would write out a full structure like this, right? Say that this is gonna be your thing here, and then you're gonna have a little fill build thing here of 8 bars, and then you're gonna have, say, your break here. It's gonna be, I don't know, this long, and then you'll have another final part here. This is the outro, and then this would be like the fade out, right? So this would be the structure of a track. I just kind of made it at random, but of course I would normally think about it more. This is just for the example. So this is the very first thing that I established in the project. The second thing is I lay out my kick and bass throughout the whole project. I lay out my drums throughout the whole project, and I start working on most of my synths. Usually within a day, I have my kick and bass finished. I have all of my drums finished. I have the idea of the structure, and I have an idea of basically all of the main sequences that are going to be in the track. That way, there's at least some cohesion between them, specifically between the changes, right? Between the transitions here, between all of that stuff. And if I'm doing multiple things within one drop, like you're doing with the multiple rhythms, I'm trying to make sure that all of those rhythms kind of line up with each other and are a little bit more cohesive with each other than what you had in your track, I would say. I'm writing music part by part all the time. I would caution against that because, as I said, it feels like it's not really cohesive enough. It literally just felt like, okay, I have this part taken from this project, I have that part taken from that project that I wrote 2 months before the other project, and I have this part taken from a whole other project. It doesn't really seem to work. And then, of course, after that, once you have established this stuff, you can still spend months and months and months on the actual production, right? Getting the details in, maybe every once in a while changing up one of the synths, changing up one of the rhythms, changing up one of the things that it still can evolve, but at least get yourself an idea down of what you're going for, and just in general what kind of idea that you would want. And trying to process it backwards and forwards, if that makes sense. I have no idea what that means. Different ways of creating. I do agree that there's different ways of, at least you pushed it forward and finished the track. I can't even do that. Yeah, there's a bigger problem there, for sure. Some people cannot even finish a track before they get tired of it and before they want to start something new. You lay down a main idea and start to evolve around that. That should probably always be what happens. I doubt many people start with their risers, downlifters, backing pads, backing sequences, then write their main sequences, and only then write their kick and bass, right? So you tend to start with the most important elements and then you go down the list. I don't think many people do it the other way around. I've never heard a producer say it like, oh, I make my kick and bass at the very last part of the track. I make my kick and bass and then I go into mastering. But you are definitely right. It is something which I come into my projects all the time. When writing more melodic stuff and prog stuff, it was definitely easier to establish consistency in the track. Yeah. It is hard to... I guess there's two forms of consistency that you or cohesion, I guess, that you would need to think about, and it's the cohesion between the elements within one section versus the cohesion between different sections. It is more important that the cohesion within a section fits than that, say, a sound at the start of a track doesn't work with the sound at the end of the track. At the end of the day, what you're trying to establish is an interesting... For every segment of the drop, you're trying to establish one interesting rhythm that the listener can dance to, right? And usually we have the kick and bass, which is just kind of rolling away in the background. That is the continuous groove. That is the trance aspect of it. And then you have like a rhythm on top of that the people actually tend to dance to. You know what I mean? And I feel like there is where you can make some better... Or make some adjustments to get that cohesion a little bit stronger. Okay, moving on, we have Inner Sight with Astral Frequencies, also known as Danny-san. Hey guys, some full-on morning here. Track has been released, so it's finished. Just wanted to listen some feedback. I know this style is pretty much dead since 2010, but some artists are fighting to bring it back. Okay, let's hear some really old music, I guess. No, just kidding. Thanks for the feedback. You're welcome. I'll see you in a little bit if I have to turn this one up as well.
There's something you should know. Facing a very unambiguous message right to his
That's a very clipped off kick drum there. It's a very loud difference between kick and bass. Here you have a very strong sub that you don't really get out of the kick and bass itself, because one, there is like a lot of space here, right? Like all of this is space that you're not really using, and therefore that it doesn't really have that strong sub. And secondly, I think with those stabs, in general, you want them quieter than your main kick and bass. You don't want that to have more impact than the impact of the kick and bass itself. Here as well. Bable, welcome. How are you doing? I haven't said hi to everybody today. I'm sorry for that. I feel like so many productions sound so much more like Pytrans than my Pytrans, which is pretty minimalistic, as all I say. You're not the guy that is submitting, right? And put my... Nope, that's not me. Okay. Yeah, then I wouldn't know how your music would sound. I don't remember all of the music from everybody that has ever joined my chat. I do feel like you've joined my chat before. I feel like your name is familiar. If it isn't, then I'm sorry. Can I put can I put in the queue my last track, even if it's I maybe plan to release it maybe on another label than future copyright issues. It's gonna probably be copyright issues, but at this point I have stopped caring and I'm just gonna let people take my money. I'm not going to go behind every copyright claim anymore and that kind of stuff. I'm done spending time on that. The only reason why I would start fighting more for copyright again is if you guys start doing stuff like super chats and whatnot. Like there's actually money being made with the streams, but even now, I make 14 cents on a stream. Financially, it's not a good idea to do it purely for the YouTube revenue, right? So why would I fight for that revenue? Why would I spend another half an hour after the stream trying to fight a copyright claim? So yeah, at this point I don't care anymore.
And he's sending a very unambiguous message.
Sorry that I haven't been giving too much feedback on this track. Take that as a good sign. It means that there's not really much wrong with it.
Understand, maybe it's some evidence, some artifact of a higher dimension that we can't consciously perceive.
Here the vocal had a little bit of trouble coming through. You should... The other thing I would maybe look into for you is maybe a bit more compression. Like a synth like this, jumping up and down in volume as the modulation goes up and down is really hard to mix that in properly. Do you see how just there, how much the volume shifted in that one bar? Wait, is your reverse kick a different kick than your main kick? A little bit of a random spot for the melody to stop. I would stop it here in that fill. Ooh, there's something out of sync. That's probably not what you want. It seems like there's a delay tail that is... Oh yeah, it's drifting even. Yeah, delay sounded out of sync. Yeah, that is something that I would try to fix. Overall though, very, very cool track. I really like it. Sounds very nice. A really good stereo spread and winding. Yeah, I agree. That was the stereo of the mix sounded really nice. The stereo field, I should say. As I said before, or did I say that over about the dynamics, that you are probably going to have a hard time if you keep or it's how would I say that? With the modulation going up and down, it can sometimes be hard to get that melody to sit in the same position in the mix throughout its modulation. It can be a cool effect having it slightly go up and down, but what you don't want is that melody to be really in your face and almost overpowering the kick and bass at one part of the frequency cutoff of the modulation, and then just fall back completely in the mix and be completely back and just completely out of the mix, right? In other parts of the modulation. Usually what happens is as the modulation goes lower and you get more towards the fundamental frequency of the synth, it becomes louder and louder, and compression is what you would use to actually fix that. So that is maybe something that I would look into a little bit more, because I felt like sometimes the effect of the synth just kind of getting pushed out is a little bit too much. I guess that could be part of the slightly old school vibe. I don't know if back in the day they would also compress their leads. I assume they did. Having listened to a little bit of what people said, like Astral projection and that kind of stuff. Overall though, it's a nice mix and it's sounding nice. So if you keep doing this, it's gonna be okay. This is finished. The last quest I'm not gonna eat. Next up, we have Myself by Con. Okay. This one is getting another like, so that's nice. Immediate start. Apologies guys, mine is a house track. I have finished it today, although there are some things I need to fix still. No worries. There's no... you don't have to only submit sidetrans. There's no rule about that. You can submit house and whatnot. This sub bass definitely has some issues. Now it's already sounding a lot better. At the start it felt like it was like too wobbly, too, again, compression. There is something that can help. Overall, the mix is already very nice and clear. if we're gonna go back and fix things, the main thing I would fix, I guess, about this track is taking all of your backing elements and that kind of stuff and making them a bit wider. I feel like the chords were a little bit too much in the center, and also stuff like these splashes and the risers are almost completely mono. And I don't see why you wouldn't want those out in the stereo field being in the background, since they're not the main element that the listener is supposed to like focus on, I guess. Here the vocal could be given a little bit more space, especially in the high frequencies, just have the snares low pass coming in, that the vocal high frequencies don't have to fight with this snare. You have some fairly strong changes, and what I would do in, for example, the change here where we change to a different bassline and to a new like idea, is just to put in the fill. It doesn't really feel like you're doing any fills here. Like there's no moment where the kick and bass just takes a bar to stop and then you play it again, so that's like an announcement of the change that is about to come. You know what I mean? Overall though, very, very nice track. I really like that. Very well done. Honestly, all the time that you submit, we have some nice tranquil house, so never be sorry again for the things that you submit, please. Okay, next up we have Loris Dorman here, Coming Home. Hello Projektor, this is the current track that I'm working on. Thanks for your honest feedback. After working on your advice, my music always improves a lot immediately. Thanks for that, and thanks for your weekly streams. Keep doing it like that, please. Best wishes, Loris. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not 100% sure how long I'm gonna continue doing this stuff. As I said before, financially, it's not really worth doing it. I like it because it's nice to just chat with you guys and listen to a little bit of music, and that's a little bit relaxing. I also like that I'm doing production after that, but people don't tend to stick around for that. But honestly, this whole streaming thing, like, from a business perspective, it's absolutely not worth it. It's basically does nothing. You should go on Twitch with subs and bits and things. Yeah, but then I'm working on 2 different platforms, and that might be true that I make a little bit more money with the bits and the subs and that kind of stuff. But if I were to turn off the YouTube stream, therefore, I would definitely lose viewership on that because many people will know me from my YouTube stream. And if I do dual streaming, I would need to set that up a little bit, and that is a little bit of time investment. But more importantly, I would need to try to grow 2 different platforms, I guess. One being Twitch for the financial thing, and one being the YouTube, just, you know, promoting my YouTube, which is really still the main thing that I do. I still don't know what the benefit is between, or what it would mean if I were to stream on Twitch and kind of divide my audience. We know your main reason is not to make money, but we got to acknowledge that you offer a value. But everyone would be on YouTube, maybe. Yeah, that's the problem. Thank you, mate, for your feedback. Hope you continue doing these streams. Thank you for the €5. Thank you very much. Of course, I don't want to now sit here and like complain about the financial thing. But this, I'm probably going to make a video to address this. You're right that it's not about the money, but at some point it does need to start making a profit. So it is a little bit about the money in the sense that I work 60, 70 hours a week for basically minimum wage. And that is okay if you're passionate about it, but I'm not gonna, like, at some point the passion is going to rust away because I'm not being rewarded for the work that I'm doing. Do you know what I mean? Or it feels like I'm not being rewarded enough for the work that I'm doing. I feel like with the amount of work that I put in what I'm trying to do here, I should be making more money than I am. That being said, I don't know if that is something that I'm doing wrong, if it's just this is the size of the niche and it's not going to go any bigger if I keep focusing on sidetrans. Maybe I would need to, I don't know, switch up to becoming a techno producer. And maybe then I would lose a little bit of the passion that I have for the music, but then at least I would make, you know, an income that I can be proud of. And that I can every once in a while invest a little bit in the studio, every once in a while go on a holiday without having my parents pay for basically everything. All of that kind of stuff is not in the cards for me right now. Working a normal job and flying free time. I just said that I spent like 60 hours a week doing this stuff. Where do you think I have the time to to have a normal job next? I can do a normal job next to it, but that would mean that I would significantly lower the content that I'm doing. Just throw some demos to labels. That's not gonna pay the bills. The truth is, you know what I think one of the main factors why there is so little money in Psytrance? It is it will help, it won't help, because the time investment is so great for that it's like if I put my time into sending my tracks to labels, that means that those tracks aren't going to go on my own label, and therefore, you know, I could be spending that time trying to grow my own label into a business that actually makes me some money. You know what I mean? Which is going to be one of the things that I'm going to try to focus on this year, is to actually turn it into a business and start making some money on that side too. It's not just like junkies and whatnot. I feel like with Psytrance being a little bit more of a leftist genre and a leftist community, and they're not really being keen on copyright, people don't really respect what it means to be an artist, and a lot of my packs get stolen, a lot of my packs get pirated, and I feel like it's the same for the music. There's a lot of free download site links for music. There is, of course, like a small group of the actual producers and the actual people that care about the community that just purchase their stuff, and that just, whenever they want to support an artist, they go on Bandcamp and they purchase some like actual music, like an actual WAV file of the music. Like I've purchased, I don't know, over 100 tracks on Bandcamp because I like supporting the artists and actually giving them a dollar, you know, a little bit of money. It's not that much, but I feel like inside of Psytrance there's people maybe see it as still like copyright being an extension of the negative things about capitalism. And maybe for that reason, they just feel like, oh, I could just pirate stuff. The big money is just not interested in Psy. Yeah, that's true too. Sure, but sending your tracks to someone doesn't take so much time. It does take much time because I would need to produce said track. Because if I do send it to another label, I'm not putting it on my own label. And if you're trying to grow your own label, you should probably put out your music there. Many other artists do streams, masterclasses, and packs, and they are still playing around. Yeah, that's true. I want to play as well. Of course, one of the big issues that I have is that I don't perform live yet. I am in the works of that. I am trying to do like a week, I guess, of just focusing on the DJing. Also, that is hard because I have to keep up with videos and all of that kind of stuff. But I'm trying to work advanced a little bit more so that hopefully somewhere mid-February I can do a week where I just sit in the other room and think about just the DJing stuff. And I can just teach myself to do DJing better. Because, yeah, okay, I do the mixes that I do monthly on Eclipse, but that's not really training me for DJing. And one of the things is I'm not a confident person, so I need to be confident in myself before I start going up on stage, or otherwise I'm 100% going to fuck it. I know that I'm onto something. That is the frustrating part. I knew that I was onto something in 2022, 2023 even. And at the end of the day, like in 2024, I didn't really grow. You know what I mean? So that is the thing that I want to try to change, and that is the thing that I'm going to focus on. Is if 2025 isn't significantly better for me than 2024 is, then then I might need to consider quitting, or at least scaling down and doing it just as a hobby. You need to show yourself in festivals and stuff. That is easier said than done, especially with my confidence in that kind of thing. It is something that I have to work towards, and that is one of the things that I'm doing. But with the amount of time that I put into just videos and that kind of stuff, the stuff that actually pays the bills, the products and promoting that, even there, it sometimes feels like I don't have a lot of time for this. Like, all my problems could be solved if I had, for say an editor, right? Where I just have to do the recording, and then I just send the video file off to somebody, and they edit the video for me, and they upload it. Because recording a video, the 20 minutes video that you see, it takes me 40 minutes to record, right? That's not the time investment. It's the time investment is to edit something like that and to put that out. But if I have an editor, I would need to pay him. So it would probably cost me more money to pay the editor than I would make from the video. So in that case, is it even really worth it? I cannot really afford to hire an editor if I'm not making a lot of money. So it's this like endless cycle of like, oh, if I made double what I would make now, I would hire an editor and he would do all of the editing for me. And then I can invest that time again into stuff that again makes me more money. But now I cannot even start hiring an editor because it doesn't make financial sense to hire an editor. It would be hard to argue that making any financial sense at all. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I don't want to talk about this too long because otherwise it starts to look like I'm begging for money. And I like to be open about this stuff, but I shouldn't sit here and tell you guys all of my sub-stories. So let's continue with Ravefrog. Hey guys, this is the first time here on this channel, and I would be very happy if you rate my song. This is Battlecry.
Ravefrog beats.
bro has a producer tag. It's the very first time I think I've heard a producer tag in this feedback stuff. For hardstyle, I would expect it to be much louder. Mix is a little bit all over the place, I'm gonna say. Like kicks are different level. They're not really compressed at all. I don't know why all of your transients are always so quiet. What really the point behind that is.
Evading the relentless pursuit of law enforcement, the criminal mastermind slipped through the city's labyrinthine streets like a phantom.
It's funny that neither
The trail of calculated
the synth nor the vocal is mixed up front, and both are inaudible.
disguised in plain sight.
I guess I'm starting to hear the melody a little bit now, but I have no idea what the vocal is saying.
Chaos. Evading the relentless pursuit of law enforcement, the criminal mastermind slipped through the city's labyrinthine streets like a phantom.
Still, the loudest sound in this track is this sub down. I don't know why. But that's like twice as loud as everything else in this track. This mix, honestly, this mix is a little bit all over the place. Sounds like somebody made a bootleg Pirates of the Caribbean. It does kind of feel like that. Look at this sub down. It's almost twice as loud as the kick. It's yeah. I don't want to be too negative about this stuff, but the musical idea, I am not really like finding any issues with that. It's the mix is really bad. So I think that is where you would need to spend a lot more time trying to get that fixed, or potentially look at hiring somebody that knows how to do that stuff, like me. I feel like pure artistic sort of intent through at least. This man is going crazy with his imagination. There was a lot going on. There was a lot of different kicks, a lot of different... I guess that is a little bit the new style of hardstyle. Ever since that Ruler and... What's the other guy's name? Ruler and the guys that work together. Is it Sicko Mode? Ruler and Sicko Mode? Ever since those guys came on the scene, where every like 16 kick drums you change the kick sample, it has become more popular to have like multiple kicks, one after the other, after the other, after the other, in there. You skipped Loris' submission. We did play this. We just played this. Coming Home, yeah, we played this. Did we not? Did I not play this? Please, you overjumped my track. Oh, sorry. Did I talk for so long that I forgot to actually play the track that I was about to play? Because I remember reading this out loud. I definitely read this out, right? I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I'll skip back immediately. Can I go back to 0, please? Leave a comment at 00. No, I would like to play the track from the start. Guess I'm playing it from here then. Coming Home by Lars Dorman. I'm very, very sorry. I like it. Up until this point, the only thing I would argue is a little bit strange is the hat being almost hard pan to the left. I don't know why you would do that. And maybe the drums were making the track a little bit bright. Like now without the hats and the drums playing, it's alright. But I was looking at the spectrum, it was like almost here. When the hats and everything was playing in the drop. The hats and the claps, yeah. Slightly overly bright, I would say. Okay, so I was trying to count how long it was since the fill, or since a fill played, but there was just no fill. So I was counting for nothing. There was a slight break there, but you're not doing fills. Like you have a kick fill there, right? The double kick thing. But that's not really a fill. What I mean with like a proper fill is, okay, for the last bar of the idea, you stop the kick and bass, and then you play it again. This is starting to look like a fill. Something that resets the listener, something that tells the listener like, hey, something is about to happen. In this case, nothing happened for some reason. But usually when you're making a change in the music, if you're changing up the melody, if you're changing up the synth, like here you would place a fill, right? Where you low the elements and then the listener gets prepared. Here's the new idea, and then they start dancing to the new idea. Driving in a convertible car with a few chicks in the West Tropical Land. Okay, cool stuff. This is why I didn't want to play it in the browser, because it has autoplay. which you cannot turn off. Interestingly enough. Okay, there's more submissions. I guess we are getting through them pretty quickly today. We heard this one. How many do we still have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I guess we're getting closer to the end. It's going less fast than I thought. But that's okay. Next up we have Beyond the Stars by Tricel. Nice name. I like that.
You see the world, all its beauty, all its magic.
I kind of think the melody should also have a cohesive narrative, like an arc start to finish. I don't know if I would agree with that.
Always in your head.
I think the melodies were cool, like the idea of this happy, bright, almost
Beyond the stars,
childlike
beyond the stars,
melodies,
stars, beyond
which somebody said before, like Mario Party music. I do kind of get why you would then keep it at either the same or close to each other in terms of idea.
I love the way you see the world, all its beauty,
Oh,
all
I'm really not a fan of the kick coming in volume-wise.
I love the way you don't see the world.
I like this part, but I don't like it in the intro when the bass is playing alone, nor do I like it when the bass is playing alone and then the kick volume shapes in.
beyond the stars, beyond the stars, beyond the stars, beyond the stars.
Kick and bass does need some cleaning. We can see the transient being pushed down here, so I would resample your bass line if you could. Very loud crash there. Build up kick and bass should be low passed, I think. Ooh. I thought it was going okay here, where the sample stops playing before the next sample starts to play with those kick rolls. But you can do that really, really wrong if you're not careful. I think here you were okay, but it's something to check. Also here when you're doing double kicks, of course check if there's not a bass note playing there and remove the bass note from playing.
Beyond the stars, beyond the stars, beyond the stars, beyond the stars.
Vocal is really not sitting strongly enough in the mix. It could use some extra volume, a little bit of extra compression as well. Overall compression is very, very important with EDM. In this case especially we see some synths kind of like pushing up the waveform every once in a while. It becoming just, yeah, that kind of stuff louder. And still the crash is of course massively loud. But for the sequences it's probably a good idea that you put a compressor on your sequences group.
I love the way you see the world, all its beauty.
Yeah, you can see how many dynamics are still in here and how sometimes there's like a click, but also generally how the synths like grow and shrink
Floating across the galaxy.
in volume. And currently the effect is a little bit too strong for that. I don't know what these slightly random bass stops
Beyond the stars,
are for.
beyond the stars, beyond the stars, beyond the stars, beyond the stars.
Still have some bleeding here. You can see there's
I love the
still
way you
being
see the world,
pushed up and down. Your kick is also bleeding into your bass line, so your kick is also too long.
all its magic, all its magic, all its magic, all its magic.
Yeah, you have double kicks playing on top of the bass. That's definitely a no-no. I feel like this person is pretty much still a beginning producer. That being said, their vocals, or not their vocals, their melodies, sorry. I saw some vocals somewhere. But either way, their melodies and their ideas are very, very nice. Also, the tonality of the kick and bass isn't all too bad. Like, the punchiness of it is pretty much there. Of course, you would need to clean this up and especially that kind of stuff where there's like clashing in frequencies and whatnot. That definitely needs to be fixed. But just the overall tonality of it is pretty much there. What are you doing to make Ableton see the sounds of Windows? I have a very, very, very complex routing setup. This is just part of it. I also have like a virtual cable, but this is voice meter. And then I'm sending stuff to Ableton, to here. And Ableton is listening to a virtual track. So that, or a virtual output, which is an output that isn't technically like a speaker or a headphones or whatnot. But does exist purely within the computer, so a DAW can listen to it. I don't think this one is too bad. The mix is a little bit off. I feel like this is just a production.
I love the way you see the world. All its beauty, all its magic.
I love the way you don't see the world.
Fairly random bass bloops there. I would definitely try to cut those out.
Always in your head.
What do you think's out there? Beyond the stars, beyond the stars, beyond the stars, beyond the stars, beyond the stars.
From audio interface? No, the audio interface sits after this. So this kind of sits in between everything. Right, the audio interface is here at the output. So this is also sending to my audio interface, which is A1. I'm also sending to A2, which is sometimes attached if I attach my DJ console to this PC, which I haven't done in a while because now I have my setup in the other room where I have like a dedicated DJing setup. I say dedicated DJing setup, it's just the small console and laptop is standing there and 2 speakers, so it's nothing big. Yeah, overall track-wise, it is sounding very, very nice. I like it. The only thing that I would, as I said, try to focus on is the mix. And there are some really big things that you need to improve on, mainly like leveling of some of the elements, as I said, the compression on some of the elements, and the cleaning up of some of the elements, with which I mean both cleaning up the kick and bass in like the resampling and all of that stuff, as well as cleaning it up in avoiding clashes, I guess, at the production stage. Right, so if you have the double kick, remove the bass line from that beat, right? His setup is more complex because he needs to route for streaming and recording to most people. Just millimeters will be enough to see all the computer audio. Yeah, my setup is more complex mainly because of student classes. Because I need to, in that case, listen to audio that I need. There needs to be a difference between the audio that I need to send to the person listening to the Zoom class versus what I need to send to my own speakers, right? I want to hear the person that I'm talking to, but I want to exclude that from all of the audio that I send back to him. Because this is also sitting in between Zoom meetings. Because that means that both my microphone as well as desktop audio can go through one channel, and I don't have to rely on Zoom itself to pick up both my microphone and my desktop audio. That is kind of combined both into the microphone signal. So this acts like my microphone in a way. So for the Zoom meetings, that is why it has to be that way. And that is the reason that there's this extra cable here as well. So this is like another extra input that kind of acts like a real microphone as opposed to a virtual one. And this is what I target with what is coming to me for how you would call it, from the Zoom meeting, from the other person that is speaking to me. For stuff like recording and even streaming, I hear the same things you guys are hearing, for example. So everything that needs audio gets the same audio. So for streaming and recording, I believe it's all on B1 because I pick up my microphone separately inside of OBS. So the microphone here isn't routed to OBS, right? You guys don't hear the microphone through this thing. You guys hear microphone through OBS. So all of the desktop audio goes to the one, but normally all of the stuff that I send to Zoom goes through B2. So that is the reason why this is more complex for me than what you probably would need if you want to achieve the same thing. But all you really need in, like from a practical sense, is something that is a virtual input and a virtual output linked together so that you can send stuff there and then also grab it again, right? And I guess if you want to at the same time have it sent to the speakers, you would need to be able to split it. Okay, moving on to the next track, we have The Void Within 2025 by Waldeck Music. He's not quite sure if it's music, so it's between parentheses. He's also not quite sure if it's sideways, so it's also between square brackets. No, just kidding. This louder here? I'll do that here. I like the kick and bass and the drums. I'm not really a fan of the sequence, especially now that it was out of sync every once in a while. There was one note that was out of sync there. I'll see if I can catch it again. Did you hear that? This thing, we can see the two harmonics of it. That was like out of sync. It went like... It's not like, it's not always off sync. It's just that one moment that synth is out of sync. I would say overall the sub could be a bit quieter, a little bit strong on the sub and maybe not enough on the lowest harmonics here. A little bit of extra warmth would be nice for this kind of style, I guess, that you're going for. But the main thing that I don't like about this track is the synth work. I'm really not a fan of the fact that you're constantly trying to do melodies and not just staying on the root note. And for some reason I'm just not a fan of the sound design that you're doing for your main synth. It all feels a little bit like the same synth over and over again. Like now that the main synth isn't playing, finally, we have something interesting playing instead. This like nice pitching up and down thing. Sounds to me, especially the bass. I would say, yeah, a little bit of extra warmth should make it sound a little bit cooler, the track. So I can definitely agree with that. Another thing that I would say is that you need more depth in your mix. And the way that you achieve that is by a bigger volume differences between your loudest elements and your quietest elements. Imagine that right now, your loudest element is this, your quietest element is this, and then maybe with exception of the kick and the bass and the drums, because I kind of like the balance between those. But say all of your synths and mainly the effects and that kind of stuff, percentage-wise, just take them down halfway. I think that would be much better. And you have some, I don't know, analog noise? What? Why is there noise? I wouldn't want noise in there. By the way, he made nice visuals. So for LRA, I don't know what that means. He made nice visuals for this track, so if you guys want to listen to it again, you have something to look at while you're listening. I just kind of scrolled through it, I don't want to spoil it. Noise from tape, yeah, but why would you want that? You're making digital electronic, you're making, yeah, electronic dance music. The whole point of the electronic part is that its noise floor is like minus 120 dB. Hello Asset, how are you doing? Long time no see. Loudness relative amplitude. I've never heard of that term. Loudness relative amplitude. I want to find this exact term. I thought that that would be some kind of measurement or something. It doesn't. Is that a term that you heard somewhere, or did you make that up yourself? Because I cannot find it online. I assume LRA is loudness relative amplitude, what you said. Trying to find out what you meant by the loudness relative amplitude thing. I guess what you're trying to say is that based on the loudness, you should turn down the amplitude. What I was talking about, maybe? The loudness range. Yeah, it's just literally what I'm saying is you go into your DAW, and with exception of maybe your kick and bass and the drums and whatnot, just take whatever your maximum and your minimum is. So say that this is -9, right? And then you have I keep making MIDI tracks, but MIDI tracks don't have audio things. And here you have like a -4.5 dB, and you have a 0 dB. Like literally just do like, okay, this is gonna go I don't know, instead of -9, -18. And this one is going to go to -9, right? Just relatively turn everything down slightly. I don't know if there's like a specific term for that or not. But like your synths were a little bit up front. Your effects were relatively very loud for what they would need to be. So basically, I wouldn't say half everything. Technically, halving an audio signal is removing 6 dB of it. But if you remove 6 dB of everything, that is not exactly what I'm trying to do. I would want you to remove more from the things that are already quieter. If that makes sense. Depending on how quiet they are, they need to become more quiet. Top-down mixing? No, top-down mixing is where you start with your groups and then move on to individual channels, as opposed to starting with individual channels and then focus on group processing. It's like people, they start their mixing project, import all of their tracks, and then they go to like their pre-mix, and then their full drums group, and then the individual tracks to fix everything that they cannot fix in the full drum group and stuff like that. LRA occurs together with LUFS meters. I have no idea what LUFS has to do with anything. That's a mastering thing, not a mixing thing. Don't use LUFS for mixing. Because it is weighted, a weighted measurement, because it's dynamically weighted. LUFS have no real significance in a mixing context, because you can have hats which are just high frequencies, and therefore it's not weighted towards the hats, right? You know what I mean? Because it's weighted to prioritize, say, more the 2000 hertz. If you only have a sub bass, then if you were to use a LUFS measurement for I don't like to use the limiter too much. I have no idea what that has to do with anything. As I said, we're talking about the mix here. We're not talking about the master. The master, like LUFS, has nothing to do with that. I'm not sure why you're mentioning the limiter, because I don't think I mentioned that. Essentially, the only thing that I was saying is that you should have more of a range between your quietest element and your loudest element. That is what the feedback comes down to. And some of the other things that I said. Okay. I'm gonna move on now. Because otherwise I don't get through all of these tracks. Are we almost halfway? We already played this one as well, right? So we can skip this one later. So how many tracks do I still have to listen to now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. A guy posted 3 times 2. Yeah, that is Rever. It is still in the rules, a maximum of 3 tracks per person per stream. If it's going to continue to happen where throughout the afternoon, I guess it's not too big of an issue, because after I started the stream, we only had 2 submissions up until this point. Usually I get like 10 submissions as soon as I start the stream, right? Because that is when the announcement goes out. So then everybody is like, oh, I need to still submit my stuff. But now it just happened to be the case that I got like 15 submissions before the stream even started. And I guess one of the reasons why that tends to happen now is because now I close and open the queue every time. So there's already a message that goes out before. And I always take care that I only post when not so much is open. Before you posted your first track, there was like an hour and a half of music already. So you just posted 3 tracks. Let's be honest here. There was like your track is number 15, number 11, and numbered like 8 or 9 or something like that. So, to be honest, there was already a lot submitted before you submitted your first track. But that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you played by the rules and you did exactly what you're allowed to do. I am just thinking of if this continuously happens, that the feedback stream or the queue is basically filled before the stream starts, I might tone this down, right? Because that's only one of the only ways that I can actually do something about it, is by have people submit fewer tracks per stream. But to be honest, I was stressing out a little bit. I was just like last week, where I opened the queue. I kind of closed. Last week was really bad because I closed the queue like half an hour into the stream. Luckily, there hasn't been too much with the submissions during the stream now. But yeah. Either way, this is stream 1 by Rever. Let's have a listen here. Is this vocal copyright free? Or is this a remix of something? It's not a remix, it's royalty free and copyright free. Okay, cool. I feel like this kick is... I'm starting to get the rhythm now a bit more. But it felt like it was out of rhythm before when the other drums weren't playing. As usual, there's way too much reverb happening on some of these elements. There's basically a consistent reverb tail in the mid-range here, which is just muddying up everything and creating a highly unrealistic sense of ambience. You could keep Super Chat open for priority, a good way to build cash to get a decent amount of submissions. Yeah, true. I'm thinking of, again, opening up the YouTube membership thing, because now you can give early access to videos for members as well. I already have that for Patreon. You can already skip the queue for submissions with Patreon as well. But that's not really integrated into YouTube. Like, there is no button right below the video like there is for the members. So I'm thinking of doing both of them. We're a little bit too wide here, and as I said before, I really disagree with your use of reverb. Here we're getting really to a point where it's too wide. We're getting over here, and we're consistently in the area where we're cancelling, so... I think the sub is really strong. To be honest, it isn't. The sub is like, I guess your drum mix at this point is okay, right? Because you're no longer putting reverb on your drums. Fortunately, you left. Or at least not a massive reverb, maybe a little 200 millisecond one or whatever. But that's not like muddying up your drums. So the drum and the sub bass mix is pretty decent. It's just that I don't think I need to explain what happened there. Holy shit! Why? It's just the brightest, most obnoxious synth in the world. Out of nowhere. Someone forgot to delete the double track, yes. Something happened there. Export error, yeah, I assume that is what happened there, that's either an idea that you accidentally unmuted again, or something like that, I don't know. How do you create such a watched out, pleasant, chill track and then do something like this? I feel violated. Yeah. That was definitely not what I was expecting at that moment, and if you want a synth in there like that, you would need to ease the listener in there, but that was literally a jump scare. Why would you do that? As you can see, my first instinct was to put off my headphones. So if that's the first instinct that your music evokes in people, then I would suggest that you would change your ways. You don't want to have music that makes people deliberately stop listening to your music. Titanus warning, yes. It's almost as bad as that one guy that deliberately tried to like blow up my speakers with his music. What is happening? You talk about me, I'm behind in the stream. Yes. Yes, we were talking about you, Rever. You'll see when you get to the point where the thing happens. I think he's at the point where the thing happened. Looking at the chat now. It sounds like you made a mistake as well, that you left some sound in there that shouldn't be in there. So it doesn't seem like a deliberate thing, but that is something to check before you export, especially if this is supposed to be like a final track. I know that we had a little bit of a discussion about that before, but this isn't the final version of the track. But generally, anytime you want to push out your music to other people and you want them to listen to it, you should probably listen through the whole track once in order to make sure that there isn't any issues like that. So yeah, keep that in mind for the next time, that there isn't random, very big synths in there. Next up, we have Enrol Duil here with Soul Rot. Okay, Symphonic Ritual, work in progress. Let's see. Enrol Duil is a fan of the very dark, very... I wouldn't even call it maybe aggressive. It might be aggressive. Depends a little bit from track to track. But hence the title. At least very dark. I guess this is aggressive too, with the punchy kick in there. I would say for dark side, this is almost too warm. You can definitely focus a bit more towards the sub here. I like that cool sweeping hat effect that you have in the high frequencies there. A little bit much going on, I would say, in like the lower mids here even. Maybe that's another reason why you would need to lower the mids on the bass a bit. Just to create some space if this is the amount of elements that you want to use. Just like the other guy, I would say mix-wise, you're pretty much there, but you could use a little bit more depth as well. Like I talked about before with the volumes. Where the quietest, you lower the volume of the quietest part more than the loudest sounds. So that you get more, like, volume depth in your mix, right? I assume what happened with Rever is that he has multiple versions of the track and he uploaded the wrong version. Or something like that. I don't know. To be honest, I don't care too much. It happened and we're over it now and we're listening to new music, so let's not roast the guy too much. A little bit on the bright side with this synth here. Definitely a bit aggressive in this area. Alright, that synth is supposed to be off as well. I exported and seen that it disflipped and then okay. I think the violin is a little bit on the loud side. It's also not lined up with your kick and bass. It's not even in tempo with the kick and bass, I feel. Here it feels better. But even here, it's like sometimes starts slightly before. Here it seems okay. But it felt like it wasn't in rhythm before. Yeah, no, maybe I imagined something. It's meant for when you're on LSD. You don't say. If you took LSD, it would be insane. I thought it did feel out of sync in the like the build-up. It doesn't matter if it's out of sync if there's no kick and bass under it. But once the kick and bass starts to play, you have a relative rhythm. So you would need to sync it up. So I don't know if this is like a recording that you time stretched and you only time stretch it for the part that it's dropped. Or if I misheard anything or something like that. But when the kick and bass starts to play, you need to have stuff in sync. Because that's the trance feeling that we're trying to achieve for the listener, right? So that's the main thing I would do, other than, as I said, the mixing things before. Is trying to get that in sync, either if this is a recording, try to get it in sync through a little bit of warping. Like, what the fuck is happening? Is it the LSD? Am I going insane? Then back in sync. Yeah, no, but that's not really what happened. It wasn't like one note that is out of sync. And even there, I don't like that effect. I don't like to throw the user off or throw the listener off. Why would you want to do that? You're trying to, from what I understand of psytrance, we're trying to get them into a flow, into a state of trance so that they can vibe with the music. And if the music is constantly like, almost like pushing you in the face with unexpectedness, that wouldn't be the effect that I would go for, in my opinion. Nice jabs, bro. Thank you. I know, I agree, but it would be funny to throw off 100 people out of balance. Yeah. I think maybe people would leave the dance floor if you start doing that. I'm not entirely sure. How long have I been doing this? It's probably time for a break. It's been almost 2 hours. Let me lower this, otherwise I forget that for the next track. And I'll, of course, put on some of my own music. Hello, I would like to. Thank you. I'll quickly play the track that I want to work on tonight after the collab. There isn't much more that we have to do. I just basically need to do a full listen through of this track and maybe change something. So what I might end up doing is working a little bit on this track, like an hour-ish. And then the track is like finished, and this would be the last track for the album. And then after that, we might start like a new track or something like that. But either way, after this, the feedback portion of the stream, I am indeed going to work on this track here. So here is a little listen, and I hope you guys enjoy. Once I'm back, we're of course going to continue listening to your music. So keep that rolling. I'll do probably another hour of feedback stream. Depends a little bit on the submissions, but it seems like we have maybe slightly less than an hour worth of music still. So we'll have to see. See you guys in a bit.
I'd like to know how you dealt with it.
Did it already loop once? I guess it did. Okay. Let's see. Every time when my track is next, it's the break. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if that's deliberate, but you were indeed next for this time as well. I'm not doing it deliberately, I should say. Good stuff, Mr. P. Thank you. I've actually never listened to an Astral set. Is he any good? I do really like his sets. His Boom 2023 set is amazing. And I can't wait for 2025 of his. You have to be... I guess you cannot be going into it thinking that you're going to get like a purist psytrance experience. He is fairly progressive in his style that he does, right? So that is kind of the experience that you're going to get. You're going to get longer breaks. You're going to get fewer moments where you're actually going to be dancing. If you're not into that, then it's not going to be for you. That being said, though, I've noticed, like, if you're just chilling in your house and you're not at, like, a festival, I would say that it works a little bit better for me for that. But it is something that, if you go into it with the mindset of, oh, I like when he has an intro of a minute and then the kick and bass starts and it doesn't stop again for like a long time up until the end of the set, then that's not the experience that you're going to get. And there are some people that complain about that stuff, but for me, I really don't mind. I still like it. He has some really cool moments in the set where he does really cool mashups between some of his like very old stuff, some old stuff from some other people. Like one of the cooler parts of his 2023 Boom set is like an hour in, where it's an old mashup between like a new kick and bass. He does like new kick and basses and new grooves under some of his older tracks. And he also did like a mashup between Divine Moments of Truth, I think is the track name, which is the one that has that cool vocal line in there, right? That like text-to-speech robotic but tuned singing vocal line. That's like a really cool part of it. So there are some really cool things in there that he's doing. I really like it, but if you're like one of those psytrance purists, then it's probably not for you. Okay, so next up, as we already know, Harhemes here with Jungle Fever. Let's see. A little bit white there on the atmosphere. I think it's gonna be okay with an atmosphere like this. I like this idea of it only filtering up in the second part. I would like the kick and bass to be a little bit louder once the actual drop hits. I feel like now we don't really have any impact from it, because we've already heard the kick and bass, especially like the sub at full volume. If this was the intro to your set, then your first drop doesn't really have like, oh, this is the moment where I start to dance. I feel like the kick could be a bit louder, like maybe 1 or 2 dB. Feels like the bass is a little bit overpowering. I don't really feel like, you know what I mean? That we have that extra punch coming from the sub of the kick over the sub of the bass. I'm still not a fan of having such low fundamentals or such strong low fundamentals on your snare. Like the stuff that you're doing here, and you can see it kind of cutting into the kick here. You know what I mean? I mean, for accent snares, I would be okay with it having like that low fundamental in the snare, but I would just cut it out of your main snare. I don't know how you do your snares. I assume you're just putting all of your snares on the same track. If I were to do accent snares, I would do it in a way that all of the snares that land on the beat are on a different track than the ones that don't land on the beat, because then you're just a little bit more flexible with your mixing. Like you can just throw an EQ on your main snare, your 2 and 4 snare, and just either cut it out completely, that fundamental, or just lower it up until it doesn't really become a problem and interference with the punch of the kick itself. Because to me, I think one of the more important things about psytrance is that trance feeling, right? That repetition of the kick and the bass just going. And with the snare kind of interfering in that actual punch area, I feel like you lose a little bit of that punch from the kick. And I feel like that's more important than the snare having that fundamental on the kick drum, right? Like off the kick drum, I get it, because then you have that natural snare sound not playing on the kick drum, and there it's not interfering with anything, so no issue there. But when it starts to literally, as you can see, cut into, as I said before, some of the areas of the kick drum here, like this kick drum is just losing punch in regard with respect to the other kick drums here. I think that's gonna be all my notes. Amazing track, I like it. Like the sound design is on point, there's nice things happening, there's constant change through it. It's not one of those tracks where throughout the whole thing, the atmospheres that you have, which I sometimes heard in some of your older tracks, they kind of constantly sit on top of it. Now you have a nice flow where they don't draw the focus in this area whatsoever, and now they're slightly coming through again, and it goes away again. Yeah, now that the snare has stopped working or playing, you can hear the actual punch that we're getting from the kick and that consistency again. I think that tininess of the snare, that tightness of the snare is something that does happen in Darker Side as well. So I wouldn't say that the snare is like wrong for the style that you're going for. I would just, as I said, cut the mids from it. Overall, very, very cool stuff. In March on Synoptics. Very nice. Very cool. Little bit of a long tail here. I don't know if you would want to keep that tail that long. especially if you are ringing out for that long and it suddenly cuts off. I personally like it more when it fades to 0 or to silence. And usually at the end of my tracks in like my fade out section of the track, right here, I tend to keep all of my, or tend to get all of my sounds and just automate them to silence. So that is what I would do here. And then in this case, since you're not really doing anything with the intro, there's like one sweep up and then it kind of fades out again. You don't have to do it that long. In this structure, it's 8 bars. Usually my fade outs are, if I'm like just fading out all of the stuff that plays up until here, right? Up until my actual outro. Either my outro is like this, where the kick and bass plays up until the actual thing, or it's like it's before, where there's a little fill here, and then usually I have some cool remaining sound in there, and then it fades out. If I'm not doing anything special in the outro, like I might do here, then you can see it like it just fades out over 4 bars, right? This one is still in production, so here I would need to, as you can hear, actually cut it so that it goes to silence. The effect that you probably want here is like this. So that it goes away. And then the next track starts to play in whatever playlist that the listener is listening to. It's a thing that is mainly an issue for when you put your tracks up on streaming services and whatnot. Cool. Next up, we have Rever again with stream_20392938298108082. I think I pronounced that right. I'm sorry if I didn't, but that's the title of the track. I tried my best. I'm not going to do it again. If I were to go for such a title, I would remove the stream underscore and kind of get that Slipknot title. Slipknot also has a title of a track that is just a bunch of random numbers. Well, you'll know best, Rever. Did I miss any of the numbers? I don't think I did, but obviously I'm biased. Nice deep vibe. I like it. Bass is a little bit loud for the kick drum. You can see the bass being louder here than the kick. So that's something that I would try to fix. So kick louder or bass lesser. It's gonna depend a little bit on what you like workflow wise. For the mix, I could see a bit of both. Like if you want to put it relative to the other sounds, you could boost the kick up 2 dB and lower the bass by 2 dB, and then it should be in balance with the rest of the track as well. But I don't know if you have like a minimum level that you want to have it, or an amount of headroom that you want to reach, and therefore you want to turn everything down a little bit in order to compensate for that. That will depend on your workflow. hats are a little bit on the dark side. They could have a little bit more bite, a little bit brighter to it. Overall, this track is lacking a lot of compression. You can see the dynamics are a little bit all over the place. Part of that is the loud bass, kind of boosting it up in places where it's not supposed to. But overall, in general, I think this track needs more compression as well, just flattening things out and whatnot. Didn't expect to hear deep rock. It is very nice having Rever finally do a little bit of actual sidetracks. Okay, little bit of a strange end, but I'm assuming that it's still being worked on. Okay, this track we've had, which means that we're continuing with InfraSchall. Just started this one, so it hasn't been mixed or anything. I just wanted to get your input on the structure, arrangement, energy, that kind of stuff. Thanks for all you do. You're welcome. Let's see. This is Untitled in D minor. D minor is a tough key to get right, mix-wise. That really low sub is hard to handle. Overall, sound design-wise, we're getting a little bit in that space where you can also see it on the meter, but there were some certain elements that sound almost unnaturally bright, like that Foley stuff. I would try to put it a little bit more narrow. But as I said, as you said, you're not doing the mixing part yet.
Not now.
I wasn't expecting offbeat here, to be honest. A little bit empty here. Would have loved maybe a slow sweep up into that first one shot so that it's not empty for so long. I get the point of doing it though, because Eclipse once said like the part of the track where the crowd goes the wildest is usually when the kick and bass plays on its own. So that's definitely something that you would probably want in your track, but you can kind of fade out of that effect by just having like a rising atmosphere or something that kind of comes into it in an interesting way.
Now.
Some very complex sound design going on here. Not sure I'm a fan of that first hat. Now that we have more hats, I like the hats a bit more. But I felt like that first one was a little bit overly bright for where it was playing. I feel like the other hats in here are a little bit nicer. It's still on the offbeat. That hat I was complaining about. That's very bright. I'm not sure I like having the same vocal idea multiple times. Like the whole idea of that vocal idea is, I guess, like a warning for the listener that, okay, now something is about to happen. And I like that as an idea. I just wouldn't want to do that like many times in a row. Because I feel like it happened 3 times. Yeah, I'm not focusing on the mix whatsoever, of course, since being as loud when the kick and bass doesn't play, and then when the kick and bass plays, having the same loudness, that is not something that you would want in a mix, right? You want your fills to be quieter, generally speaking, so that you get some impact out of it. So this definitely has some big mixing issues. I've also not talked about like the cleanliness of the kick and bass. I'm just trying to focus now on the things that you actually wanted feedback. Twice for you. Okay. For the vocal. Yeah. I wouldn't rely too much on the same, I guess, vocal trick. The kick and bass is clean. Okay, cool. I didn't notice it because when it starts to play rolling, there's already many synths on it, so it's a little bit hard to see in the waveform on my side. But if you say it's clean, that's probably the only redeeming quality it has here. No, the flow is really good. I like it. The things that you wanted me to focus on, the arrangement is good. I like that idea of doing first a little bit of offbeat and then going with a vocal that is like a warning vocal of like, now here we go. And then you go into the like actual rolling thing. That is something I like to do myself as well from time to time. And just overall the energy seems to go well. As many people pointed out, there's some mixing issues. So given that you deliberately said like, oh, this is still unmixed, you can probably take away that the things that people, or the things that you wanted me to focus on for the feedback, there's not enough to talk about for other people to kind of focus on that with their feedback. You know what you mean? You're right on not doubling down on the vocal. Doubling up on the vocal. Yeah, I wouldn't rely on that trick like again and again and again. Even 2 times is okay, right? And even then, what I would probably do is I would spread that out a little bit more. Like I would do it again maybe towards the end of the track. But I guess it's something that I noticed, so do with that what you will. Anyway, next up we have Stream 3 here by Rever. Yeah, I'm just gonna play this. I shouldn't talk about this on the stream itself. I'll do that later. Thanks, brother. I appreciate your thoughts as always. You're welcome. I'm glad you like it, and I'm always glad that you're in the chat and one of those regular people that hangs out, and not just in the streams but also in the Discord and whatnot. Rever does a little bit of everything, so this isn't proggy, this is sexual techno here at this point. Nice clean kick. I like that the bass stops before the next kick plays. That's exactly what you want. Again, a little bit of compression just to flatten stuff. And maybe some clipping to catch those individual peaks, or just cutting out those individual peaks that I saw in those synths. Can also help with your mixing. That sound a little bit washed. Feels like there's like a continuous reverb on them. Especially for techno, it's really important that those hats bite, and that it's just like a and not like which is what you get when you add a reverb to them, right? You can kind of see it as well in the spectrum here, that it doesn't really stop here. So when this hat starts to play, there's already some high frequencies playing, which removes some of the bite of the hat that is about to play. Alligator meet wife, welcome. How are you doing? The feedback queue is still open if you want to submit, so you're not that late. Kind of wild that we only had 2 submissions during the stream itself. Was expected. Wait, it's still open? Good to know. Yeah. Purely because we haven't had any submissions during the stream itself. Vocals really reverberated, like obviously kind of drowned in reverb. It could also be a little bit louder, I would say. Like usually when a vocal plays, the waveform kind of boosts up a little bit because the vocal itself is so loud. I think it was also a little bit on the bright side. I don't know how much you know about vocal mixing, but the high frequencies of vocals are very, very delicate, especially sung vocals. Was fire, but it would be cool if it was like lossy compressor. I guess you mean like bit crushed or downsampled. I would be okay with like downsampling. What I wouldn't do is render this out multiple times as an MP3, the vocal, and then put it in the track. That kind of lossless or lossy compression is not the way that I like it, but kind of implementing that digital distortion in there would be really nice. This is nice, kind of dark, and then the vocal is happy and cheesy. I can see that. Kind of depends what kind of vibe do you want to go for. Do you want your track to be dark consistently and people kind of staying in the vibe even in the break? And maybe keeping some of the rhythmical synths in here in the break as well, to kind of keep that idea. I guess kind of what you're doing here. Or do you want to... I think that was the dog. Or do you want to kind of pull the vibe away and then drop into the darkness again? It depends a little bit on which of those you want to do. Felt like somebody was knocking on my door. Sorry. You don't want to be known for dark cheese. I guess I can see myself in that. Okay. Next up, we have Mind B. Of course, a fellow owner of the label that I started together with him and a few others. And this is Trance, Love, Ecstasy, which I've heard before, but not fully. This length, I guess. I think I've only heard the intro and maybe the first drop or something like that. So let's see. Did the track just suddenly end like that? Yes. Yes. It did end like that. All of Rever's tracks end like that. Either like that or the reverb that is way too long gets cut off at the outro. I feel like there's a I would probably cut that vocal and I would make it so that the delay doesn't cut off the last ecstasy that you hear. Kick and bass could be a little bit more fade out before the next beat or the next note plays. I like these slow plugs on top of it. Dun, dun, ding, dun. To finish it, do the final mix and master, etc. Yeah, I can see that. One of the things that I would say is maybe it needs to be a little bit like tighter. But that's something that you're probably going to finish in the mix, knowing your other tunes and how tight they are usually mixed. So I have no I don't expect there to be any issues at the end of the track with that kind of stuff. Just right now it feels maybe a little bit that there's not enough, how would you call it, like every element has its own compartment kind of thing. One final thing might be that you might want to try. I noticed that the bass melody, it feels like you follow kind of like a recipe for the bass melody. What might be a cool thing to look into for this, like one of your tracks, is to have a bass melody where it's kind of like the Aja style, which I sometimes notice him doing, where he has the same kind of melody as you, but then what he does is he has one bar that is just like flat rolling kick and bass in the root note, and then he puts in the melody, as opposed to just having the melody all the time. That way you have another kind of question and answer element within your track. Because I feel like every track that I hear from you, the bass melody is kind of the same recipe. I guess that is what you get when you have a fairly consistent style, and if that is something that you want to go for, then you don't have to implement this, but it might be something interesting for this particular track. Cool stuff. Nice switch to the full-on bass, if you ask me. Yeah, I like that. That's always a nice moment in the track when you get to speed up the crowd or the listener a little bit, and then they get to start dancing and getting into it. Next up, we have Thanatos, also known as Krisa, also known as Yuzen. I don't know which one they want me to call them. I guess Krisa is here. I guess the title is Thanatos. It's maybe formatted the wrong way around. Usually the artist name is first and then the title of the track. I don't know which. Either way, this is their track.
La vecchia morte, quella
You can call him Jim, yes.
vecchia morte ladra, la pallida, la dama con la falce, l'infame, la
Oddio,
Nessuno
che paura.
lo richiamo, nessuno. Che vuoi che se ne faccia un uomo del proprio corpo, che se lo prenda lei. Eccola che si avvicina, cammina nel giardino indifferente, non tocca neanche terra, non guarda né a destra né a sinistra. È lì, gironzola, sento il suo odore acre, ha già deposto l'oro, non ci abbandona mai.
I guess this is also the like pre-festival kind of stuff. Sounds really cool. Once the kicks do double kicks, I think you have a little bit of bleeding or some other issues that, yeah, you can hear that one transient is a little bit weaker then. Here as well, so you definitely have some bleeding issues there. And that can be especially a problem if you're doing distorted kicks, because distortion is really sensitive to the input signal. If the input signal changes slightly, the distortion changes kind of exponentially, I would say. And you can hear that in the changes in the kick transient here. You don't need bass here, just distorted kick. Technically you would not need bass for this kind of stuff, but it can be cool to add a little bit of that groove, that just that as opposed to just a dum dum dum. I guess that is the normal way that they do it in the what is the actual genre that they play at those free parties? Or the free party or free festival, right? I hope you guys know what I'm referencing. Those festivals where they just have a guy come with a camper and then he puts down 20 million speakers and people climb into the speakers to dance. Yeah, you definitely want that transient to be more consistent than it is now, so that is something that you would definitely need to look into. Which is just rendering the kick drum out, rendering the bass out, and then just surgically cutting out all of the areas where you're having clashes. I like that. I like the tempo going down and it's kind of ending in the what is that called? What, that beep that you hear in the hospital when somebody dies. That's a cool detail. I like that. Very cool track. Just the main feedback that I would give is, of course, with those transients and that kind of stuff. Flatline. Exactly. Flatline. The flatline effect. With the main feedback that I would give is thinking about the transients and those consistency, and that is just kick and bass cleaning, which we do all the time in Sidetrans. So if you're not familiar with that, there is actually a video on my channel that references that process, the process of resampling. In your case, you don't have, you shouldn't only resample your bass, you probably also want to resample your kick drum from all of its processing, and especially pay attention with all of your rolls and reverse kicks and double kicks and all of that kind of stuff. Generally speaking, I have my main kick and all of my other kicks on separate tracks so that it's easier to mix them and also easier to find areas where there might be bleeding and that kind of stuff. So that should be probably the only thing that I would try to fix about this track before pushing it out to release. Because it's going to, in moments, not have the impact that you wanted to have, especially on those in those festivals, which seems to be all about just people getting consistently punched in the chest by the kicks that are playing. And if your kick doesn't have that effect, then it's probably not going to work for that kind of festival. Anyway, with currently the last track, we have Chillin, I guess. Yeah, that's, I guess, a way to pronounce that. I hope that's how you want it to be pronounced. Who has sent me experiencegod.wave via Google Docs for some way, or Google Drive. I was like, am I going to get a Word document? It's actually pronounced Chillin. Okay, sorry. Well, here's his track Experience God, if that wants to play. I did already press play, but... There we are. It should be Drive and just playable. Yeah. It just took a little bit of time to wake up. Google Drive is a distant cousin of the bot that I use for Stream Elements. That also needs some time to wake up, usually. I would remove the kick and all the drums from this intro. Ooh, that's a strong kick and bass. So you see that it's nice and clean. I like to see that. Maybe a bit too strong on the lowest few harmonics here.
Within just 5 to 15 minutes, you will experience God.
Synth feels a little bit on the loud side. I feel like the drums don't really come through, but I think that's the synth being loud and not the drums being quiet. I don't know if I like that last vroom, vroom thing happening there. Yeah, synth's still a little bit on the loud side. Normally what tends to happen is that there's a little bump for that, and we can see it now that the modulation is low, but once it dives up again, it's really not there. Then you just have a line down, and that means that it's a little bit too high in the mid-range. Personally, I would remove the synth that you used in the last one from this area here. I would just focus on this cool new FM sound, have something new in there. Save their electricity bill, Google recently set their hard drives to hibernate when not in use. Ah, that makes sense. I mean, I understand why they would do that. But that is going to mean indeed that it takes a while for files to start playing. Here the speed up build started so fast that it's not really clashing with the rhythm. That being said, that other effect does clash with the rhythm. So we immediately have an example of what I wanted to talk about is you're setting up a rhythm, in this case a very strong groove with the kick and bass not being just rolling. And then if you just put like random clicks on top of that, that is kind of going to destabilize that kind of groove. Again, fairly loud on the leads here. You can see the waveform changing color when the lead starts to play. That's usually not a good sign. Projektor will get a heart attack once you switch about my track system. Did you submit another track now? Aha! feel like this is a little bit too distorted. For a clean kick and bass, there shouldn't be that much on there. Might be that you're mastering a little bit loud. I was gonna say it earlier, that this track is very, very loud even for a sidetrance track. Generally speaking, we mix at like -8 LUFS. We don't have to go up to something absurd like -6, which is what you seem to be doing here. If I see how squished this waveform is now. What loudness should I use for my synths? Right now I have them about 4 to 8 dB to them, I think. There isn't such a recipe that I can just give you a number. If you want an estimate, I would say probably try -3 dB first. But honestly, the best way to judge that is listen to an hour of music, of reference material that you really like the mixes of, a day for about a year, and then you'll have that ear for what music is supposed to sound like, and then you would probably never have to ask those kind of questions again. That is honestly my golden tip for music production at this point. Anytime anybody wants to ask me about, okay, what is the one tip that gives you the most progression in your music production career, that would be it. That is how you train yourself to listen to music in a way that you never have to ask that question again about, okay, what does the level need to be, because you can do everything on the ear. Which is, at the end of the day, the end goal, right? For mixing. Overall, very, very cool track. There's some small details that, as I said, I would try to fix. But after that, very cool. The progression is nice. The arrangement is nice. The sound design is really nice. Yeah, that's everything. I guess we have one more track here, and then it's probably time for me to start do some other production. Thanks very much for your feedback. You're welcome. I hope it's helpful. Next up, we have Private Eden with Prog, Ritz, Redo, Edit, MP3. Okay, I would remove the MP3 and edit and redo from the track title if I were you. Very loud bass. Am I still boosting? No. I'm not a fan of the alternating here. I would just keep the bass playing. And then here I would not play these synths anymore. Noise is just kind of statically there. I don't like that. That's a very strong kick and bass. What? We're in C sharp. Here again we can hear some strong distortion, so you're definitely mastering it a little bit on the loud side. Just an empty space with a riser. No musical context whatsoever. A little bit washed out on the hats. I feel like you're adding reverb to your hats here, which I wouldn't do. It feels like they're not really... They're kind of... It's kind of like washed out in a way. Feels like there's some random clicks and whatnot on this synth. The arrangement is hard to follow. It feels like things just play at random without any rhyme or reason to it. I don't know why you have an open hat as your crash. I don't know why you're using a dubstep snare as your main snare and not like a normal side end snare. It doesn't really feel right. So there's definitely things that you can improve here. The main thing to think about with your track isn't really the master, that doesn't matter. It is, why am I placing random elements in random positions? Even here, melody starts to play, melody stops to play, melody starts to play, melody stops to play. What is the musical idea behind that? What is the musical idea by not having a kick in that one random position? But keeping the bass, for example. If you're like, oh, but that is the place where we go into the next section, then I would also stop the bass there. Here you can hear the limited distortion again on the kick drum. It's not a clean, strong sub. Have you ever heard about the artist Lexus? No. Sorry. Riser that stops one beat before it actually should stop. A random switch into nothing. Some random FM sounds. What could I do different about the mastering with Ozone? Don't push it so hard that your limiter starts to distort. -8 left cap. Yeah. Honestly, the master isn't an issue at this point. Like, even if you master this correctly, it's still a track with random sounds playing. I'm gonna be a little bit honest here and maybe a little bit negative, but it genuinely sounds like you went to make a track and you were just doing a bit of that. Like, there isn't really any reason for why an element should be where it is. Right? You're not setting up a pattern, you're not really setting up a rhythm, you're not... There isn't really a groove being produced here. Now we have something. Now we have that one synth that is... That thing. That's maybe come out a little bit more, and that would be a good groove portion here. And you're kind of following that with the squelch as well. If you get those two elements in harmony and you use that to fill up a section, then it's already better. But now there's like a random thing playing on top of it again. Sorry, I'll explain that after. I don't know why I would want to explain it now. Like now we have an offbeat plug that kind of plays for... There's an impact here that doesn't finish anything. There's no element that stops there, so why would there be an impact there? There isn't any thought behind the ideas in your track. That's the important thing. One of the things that you have to put in your brain right now is that your sequences are probably going to look like this. Starting at the fill, ending at the fill, and then filling up the whole thing, or like this. And then you're going to create a new sequence that is going to look like this. It's going to be the next part, and that is going to fill it up like that. It is very, 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 very rare that your sidetrans synths look like this. That you're doing something like that. This is very, very rare to happen because it tends to be the case that there's like a main idea in every segment that is like, okay, this is there, this is there, this is again gonna be a little bit different, so I'll give it a different color. So start with this, right? First one is gonna be only one shots, so there will probably not be, there won't be like a sequence here, but then you're going to get into your slightly energetic sequence, then a little bit more energetic, then right, so this is going to be the high energy part because it usually takes 2 segments of the drop to build up to that high energy. So what I would do is try to start with that. If I make a sound, I'm turning it into a sequence. This is going to be the sequence that is medium energy, so I put it right here. Then I'm going to create a high energy sequence, so I'm going to put it right there. And then I'm going to create another high energy sequence, so I'm going to put it right there. Then we have a breakdown. Okay, what does that mean? That means that we are going to lower the energy over here, and then we are going to go again into a lower energy part. Now, this may have, again, like a medium energy kind of sequence or something like that. What you would do at this point is, of course, not use the same sequence, because that is going to sound boring. So it would look something like this. And then again, you would have another sequence over here for this thing. You would have another sequence over here for this thing, and you would maybe have another thing over here for this thing. What can be the case is that sometimes you have a sequence that plays for 2 segments, but the easiest starting point, like the default, should be this. Okay, right? One main idea per segment of track. In fact, I think we can open it up. Is there somebody that's still submitting? I don't think there is, right? I haven't seen anyone type in a little bit. Oh, there we are. Somebody's... As soon as I said that, somebody starts to type. 16-bar sequences, ARPs with synths and FM playing over it. Why would you put all of that in the same thing? Why not say, okay, I'm going to have an ARP in here and an FM synth in here, and then some particles or backing, like actual backing sequences below that? Because if you have FM playing on top of it, FM is a main sound, right? FM is a strong, aggressive, in your face kind of sound. So that is a main sequence kind of thing. Like if I think of FM, I'm thinking of this kind of stuff, right? Which is just your traditional, like, that kind of thing. So that sounds like a main sound to me, right? And it usually has a little bit of distortion in here. So that is a main thing. Any chance I can get feedback on this track? Yes, yes. I was just seeing if you are the A4 kata guy. And if that's the case, then you are the person that just asked for the Discord. I guess I can see that myself. Yes, you are that person. Okay. Cool. Because I can see exactly when you clicked on the Discord link. Cool. Okay, then I'm closing the queue now. Edit channel. There. And that means that we're still going to listen to this one. Okay. I thought about that synthy thing you talked about in my track, maybe an amateur question, but is sidechaining your synths over kick a thing? Because I do, and that explains why it pops after the kick. I don't remember. I've heard like 20 tracks today, so I don't remember exactly what that particular synth was doing in your track, to be honest. Generally on sidechaining, I don't sidechain my synths. I have gotten to the point where I can mix my synths into the track without needing to sidechain. That being said, I might go back and do a little bit just to get a little bit more click out of the transients when you are in that like high energy part. But that is like 1 dB, 2 dB of sidechaining, or of gain reduction on the sidechain. Maybe 3 dB maximum. Not a type of sidechaining that you would hear, like you are describing, where the track or the synth noticeably like pumps to the kick drum. That's not something that we tend to do in sidetrance, again, because we're not really trying to, or I guess because we are trying to create that trance feeling, that consistent feeling, right? Sidetrance there's a lot of consistency in the way that it plays. That is why, for example, you have kick and bass segments that are playing for, I don't know how long this is. This is like a 50 seconds, right? Most tracks don't have the same idea, the same theme playing for, in this case, actually 55 seconds, right? Okay, cool. So, last track for today. I wonder what this hand thing means if I click on it. I guess that means that you can now drag it. I don't know. Either way, this is Tribal Infactor with Mixdown 25. You've done 25 mixes on this. Holy shit. This is very harsh. I'm turning it down, at least for now. This is exactly in the area where the human ear is most sensitive, and there's nothing to balance it against in the low end. There's not really anything to balance it against in the high frequencies either. I would definitely put a Reese bass under this. Bit of a random start. Stop doing things. Very distorted kick. You can see how it's being crushed here. We also have very, very strong bleeding. Transient is absolutely messed up, so you definitely need to resample your bassline. Overall, it's a bit sub-heavy. The sub bass can definitely be lowered a little bit, and maybe even the first harmonic a little bit lower. fill would be cool if you stop playing elements. I also don't agree with just the open hat playing here. Usually the open hat is the last drum that enters. And it also has a little bit of a pre-wash to it, which I don't like. I like it again to bite on that offbeat. It kind of sounds like there's like a very strongly sidechained offbeat or open hat also on the beat. The synth is out of key with the pad. Yeah, I'm not that good at listening to keys, but it was sounding a little bit off to me. The main thing that I heard there was just no progression through it. I want to learn how to play this thing. I want to at some point just learn how to play it and put myself down. I need a good teacher for that, somebody that lives here. And honestly, Cremona being the Nashville of Italy, I think I should be able to find one. I just need to put myself down and actually get some lessons. Because then I hopefully will be able to hear that kind of thing. Or I might just be completely tone deaf. That might just be the case. Who knows? What a way to find out though. After 12 years of being a producer, you find out that you're tone deaf. That would be quite something. But yeah, either way, this last track definitely needs a little bit more. I guess the best way to say it is it's clear that you're still a beginner producer. So hang in there, experiment a lot, listen to an hour of music of your favorite artist and all of the reference material that you have a day. Do that for a year, and your ears will be trained more and more towards what music is actually supposed to sound like. And then like you're slowly going to learn things, and hopefully it stays fun for you. Hopefully you can keep being motivated. That is probably your main concern at this point. It is, if you want to get to a professional level with your music, is how do I stay motivated, because it's not gonna happen tomorrow, it's not going to happen next week, it's not going to happen next month. You're not at that area yet. But that's cool. That means that you have a lot to learn. And if you're interested in learning, then that means that there's still a lot that you can dive into, that you can start to grasp. You know what I mean? So hopefully that's helpful. Maybe it's not the thing that you wanted to hear, but I hope that that's helpful. You're the audio equivalent of colorblind. Isn't tone deaf an actual thing that can happen? Right? Or am I making this up? There's like actual people that don't hear if things are out of tune, right? Unable to perceive differences of musical pitch accurately. Well, that's not it. I am unable to hear if two things playing simultaneously are out of tune or not. I guess that is my condition, or whatever it is. I don't know if that's actually tone deaf, because I can definitely hear different pitches, and even now I can start to guess a little bit what the key is of a track when I hear it. I don't always get it, but if something is playing in D sharp, I'm not going to guess, oh, like that's A sharp. You know, I can hear the differences between what those tracks are, at least for sidevents. I haven't tested that with any other genre, but maybe it's a little bit harder there. But maybe I am actually just tone deaf. That would be quite something. I have, to be honest, thinking about it, I have always been writing my melodies kind of like analytically. Like I open up a MIDI clip and then I go, okay, the notes that I have in my key are going to be this note, and then I know that this is part of my skill, this is part of my skill, this is part of my skill. So I know the intervals by now so well that I might just not hear things being out of tune. I sometimes still, I guess that's it. I sometimes still do the trick where you go to, what is it? You go to A, and then you take all of the, I just went to a random key there. You go to A, and then you take all of your B, you take all of the notes that are on the white keys, except for the B, which you use A sharp. That is how you get to Frisian. I believe somebody told me if you do it in E, it's all of the white notes, Frisian. So that works too. Just hit the skill module on your MIDI track, then you can't hit wrong notes. That's true. That's true. Like it's not a problem for me musically, like production-wise anymore. I've found my way around the fact that to me, I always perceived it as not being able to play an instrument, but it may actually be that I am just tone deaf. Like that may actually be a thing. In Psytrance, there are so many different skills that I have a feeling that many elements sound kind of fitting, even though they are off scale for a certain degree. That's what Psy is about. It depends a little bit on the element, but there are indeed some elements like the particles, right? Which is where you have those sine waves that just play 16 notes and they play at a random frequency. That can kind of work. But there's a difference between one note being off scale and an entire sequence being off scale. Do you know what I mean? Damn, I didn't even notice his beard. Didn't you guys notice the new style? The new, I shaved the sides here. Looking back now, the last few months before I shaved the sides, I looked terrible. Because the reason why I did it is I went to the barber and I was like, I want it to be all like equally long, to even in the sides, and then just have it flush down. But it would always stay and go to the sides, right? And I had one of those hot brushes, I had like beard oil, I had like beard shampoo, and I would try everything, putting everything in there. And it takes a few hours and then it's just to the sides again. And I come to my barber again right before Christmas, right before I go away for the Christmas, and I walk up to, or I sit down in the chair and the barber walks up to me and he looks at me and he's like, no, you have to cut the sides. You have to, what you were trying to do, it's not going to work. I was like, okay. So we cut at least the sides, and now I'm going to keep this short, and I'm just going to grow out everything that is kind of like on the actual chin. Bass barber, yeah, he knew his shit. He didn't even touch my hair, and he was like, yeah, no, what you're trying to do, I can see, no, not going to work. Okay, so that's the feedback portion of the stream, and I'm gonna be working and relaxing a little bit, probably maybe roughly up until midnight, so that's another 3.5 hours that I'm just going to produce. For those that don't know, I like production and doing that after the stream without my mic and without my camera, so you guys are just going to watch me work, and there won't be any like commentary and that kind of stuff over it. So this is just the time where I actually get to relax. It's not super stressful being on stream, but it is more energetic than just sitting here and not having to talk, not really having to think about how you present yourself, not having to really think about being entertaining and that kind of stuff. And yeah, I hope that we get to do a few different projects throughout whatever we're going to do. Because I have to finish this track here, which is probably going to take me an hour-ish. And full focus. That's also true. Yeah, I get to actually focus on the production. There's a cool side effect of streaming, and that is that you always want to be entertaining. You always want to do something. I am usually the kind of guy that if I'm normally producing, I have my phone here. I sometimes open up my phone and just turn on YouTube randomly, that kind of stuff. or I get a message and I get distracted and that kind of stuff. Streaming really turns that off. But usually it's also the case that if you have to be entertaining and you have to talk, at some point it's like draining a little bit, right? Even if I had to do that for 7-8 hours, I wouldn't know how to do that. I wouldn't be that good at actually streaming. There are people that are able to do that and that have energy for that amount of time, which is incredible. But I'm not that kind of person. So I'm just going to use the good side of streaming, which is that I have to focus up and that I still want to be always doing cool stuff on stream. And I cannot just have my phone out and or leave and let the dog sit for half an hour doing nothing, right? But I don't have to focus that much that I have to talk and actually be entertaining. Yeah, but they're usually on drugs. That's true. Or, I don't know. I shouldn't accuse random people of being on drugs. That's not fair. But it might be the case. Yeah. I know at least of one guy where it's pretty known that he is using external tools to become more entertaining, to say it like that. Okay, so I'm turning off the mic and the camera, and thank you guys all for watching. Destiny? No. Maybe also, but I was talking about a different person. I'm going to turn off, and thank you guys for watching the stream up until this point. And I hope you enjoyed the feedback, that it was helpful for everybody. And now I'm going to go into production. See ya. It feels like saying goodbye, but it isn't. No, not.